All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Las Vegas BSides Proving Ground track. A few announcements before we get started. I'd like to take an opportunity first to thank our sponsors. First of all, our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto, as well as our gold sponsors, Intel, Invisium, and BlueCat. Without their support and the support of all the volunteers and sponsors and other donors, we wouldn't be able to have these amazing talks, come see all these amazing people, and get together like this and have this awesome conference. So a huge thank you to all those people. A reminder right now, if you have a cell phone, to please take it out from wherever it is and put it on silent. This is out of a respect for the speaker. And then also we will be recording this. So we don't want to get any of those cell phone sounds on the recording. In addition to recording, this will be live streamed. And so quick reminder, our photography policy is you should not be taking any photographs unless you have the consent of everybody in the room. That includes slides unless the speaker specifically says that that's okay. Questions will be, if you don't mind, hold your questions until the end. I will come around with the microphone so that you can speak into the microphone. That way we can get your question on the stream and on the recording. And then lastly, we are requiring masks. If you need to take it off to have a sip of a drink or you eat something real quick, that's fine. But otherwise, please keep your masks on at all times. And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mike Lisi and his presentation on how to succeed as a freelance pen tester.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Thanks for coming. It's a really good turnout. I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm here to talk today about freelance pen testing. Quick note about me, Mike Lisi at Mike Hacks Things on Twitter. I do penetration testing. I have a couple certifications, OSCP, GWAPT, CEH. I am the founder of Maltech Solutions, which is the company that I established for my freelance pen testing. I also work as the CTF design lead for the NCAE Cyber Games, which is a collegiate cybersecurity competition. And I am the co-organizer of a security meetup group called IthacaSec, and that's in upstate New York. So quick note before we begin, I'm going to be covering a lot of different aspects on creating the business and talking about freelance pen testing, but it's important to know I'm not a lawyer. This isn't legal advice. This isn't financial advice. You're responsible to do your own due diligence and understand what works for you in your individual circumstances. So just take that into mind as we move forward. So if you're interested in pursuing the freelance work, there's a few important questions that you need to answer. And these are to kind of make sure that you're ready to jump into freelancing. So first off, why do you want to do it? Why do you want to become a freelance pen tester? Your answer is going to be unique to yourself. For me, I had the opportunity to work on the NCAE Cyber Games, but I was a full-time consultant at the same time. And there wasn't enough time for me to do a full-time job for that, the part-time job for the education, and then still have time for family, friends, hobbies, things like that. So freelancing was an opportunity for me to pursue all those things while making it under my terms. But for you, I mean, there's obvious benefits if you're interested in freelancing. Some of those benefits are, you get to decide when you work, how much you work, who you're working for, what you're doing. Big benefits, but there's downsides to consider too. You're going to have to make sure that you can get through the times when there's not enough work available. How are you going to handle those situations? You may be working with clients that you don't necessarily like or get along with, but they provide a lot of work. Things like that, you have to be ready for those things. And you have to find the work. It's not going to be provided to you. Unlike with a regular job, you have tasking that gets presented to you, to have you do. Not the case with freelancing. You got to do a lot of work to get that work. So if you've decided, okay, that's all fine, I still want to do it, let's talk about preparation. if you have experience as a pen tester, you probably have an idea of what your strengths are. What kind of tests that you can do, what kind of work you can do. So identify those. Make sure, that you've established what you're able to offer. Are you an app tester? Do you work in cloud environments? Do you like breaking medical devices? This helps you establish, your client base, who you're going to go after to get some of that work. For me, I mainly do web app pen testing. I do external pen testing. There's a lot of work available in those areas. So depending on where your expertise is, you have to identify how much work there is to pursue. Outside of, the specific technical strengths, there's a lot of soft skill type things that you need to be aware of too. Are you able to talk to clients? Can you establish relationships? Can you define, how to approach testing, how to get all the documentation in place? Do you know what your clients need? Can you identify those by having discussions with the client? What are their goals? What are their concerns? Are they worried about user data breaches? Are they worried about PII, health information, credit cards? All these are very specific to the customer, and you need to have an understanding of what those are when you approach them to get work. On the non-technical side, are you ready? Are you financially prepared? How long can you go until the invoices start rolling in? You may not have work day one when you start on this path. You have to be prepared for that. Work isn't consistent. There's going to be, especially in the pen testing world, there's going to be ebbs and flows when there's a lot of work and when there's not a lot. How are you going to approach things like benefits, retirement, time off? All these things that are established and coordinated with a typical job. When you're freelancing, it's all kind of falling back on you. There's legal aspects to consider too. A lot of contracts, a lot of legal documentation, agreements, things like that with the clients. You have to be ready to approach those situations and to be able to handle them. Initially, I didn't know what I needed to do in this regard. I went to my employer and I basically said, hey, I have this other opportunity. I kind of want to pursue it. I can't do both. Can I be a contractor? And my manager at the time said, oh, sure. What's your rate? What are your terms? How long are we establishing this relationship for? What are we doing? And I was complete blank. No idea what I had to do. But thankfully, they were able to help me identify these things, get everything established. I learned a lot in that process. So it's one of these things that you need to make sure that you can do when you're setting up these relationships. So the last thing you got to consider is how are you going to find the work, right? The work doesn't just come to you. You have to go after it. So as a pen tester, there's times when there's not consistent work. This is kind of a graph of my workload throughout the year. Q1, Q4, tons of work available. Q2 kind of gets a little bare. I got to make some changes in order to keep going. Things start ramping up again. So you got to take that into account with your budgeting. How are you going to get through that Q2 slump to make it successful? And the other thing to keep in mind is that when you're a freelancer, you're taking on all these other roles and responsibilities that are typically handled by other people in an organization. You have HR, you have legal, sales, marketing, freelancing, that all becomes you. So outside of the technical knowledge that you need to know, you need to start getting acquainted with these other concepts. But okay, you want to do this. None of that stuff scares you. That's fine. You're ready to learn all that, or you know it. Great. You're ready for the change. So what do you do next? You got to get set. I'm going to go over a few things here that are basically required, but they take time, they take effort, they take money, but they're all required to get started. You've heard the saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. That's how it is in business. All these things cost money, but they're really necessary, and you'll understand why. So first up, you want to create a company, not a DBA, do business as, that's just basically, hey, I can do this work. You want to have a legal entity, something like an LLC or an S Corp. Why? CYA, you know what that is, cover your ass, right? Having a company protects you as an individual. It gives the company the legal responsibility for the work that you're doing. So if during a penetration test, something catastrophic happens, you take down a whole data center, client's pissed, they're going to sue you. If you don't have a legal company in place, then you are personally liable for that stuff. So if you have a house, if you have other assets, all those are on the line. You don't want to take that risk if you want to go into the freelance world. So creating a company kind of helps protect you in that regard. A company does some other things too. It legitimizes what you're doing, right? If you're just saying, hey, I'm a pen tester, okay, that's great. But now you say, hey, I'm a pen tester, I have a company set up, all this other stuff. The companies, the clients that you go after, they're going to be like, okay, yeah, I get it. You have, you've gone through the legwork of establishing a company and everything. So that, I'm more willing to work with you on that. Doing so really kind of varies by where you establish the company, right? Different states have different requirements. There's paperwork involved. There's renewal fees. The research that I've done has ranges between like $120 and $1,000 to establish the company and maintain it throughout, year to year. So depending on where you're looking to establish it, there's going to be a cost associated with it. Next, you want to get business insurance. Some companies won't even work with you if you're not insured, right? They want to make sure that they're covered too. If your company, isn't worth anything and you screw up and they sue you, having insurance means that they have some comfort in knowing that, if something goes wrong, they'll be compensated in some way. So it's on you to make sure that you have the insurance established. The other thing that it does is it has extra protections in place where contracts don't cover, right? So you're going to have legal contracts that, absolve you of different things and they dictate the terms. But in areas where there isn't coverage on that, insurance really helps. So it's basically layered protection, right? We talk about defense in depth and InfoSec. This is like protection in depth. So you have the company, that's one way of covering yourself. Business insurance is another way. The types of policies to look into, that's you're looking at like commercial general liability. It's protecting you against bodily injury, property damage, libel, advertising mistakes, things like that. Policies on that, you're looking into like $1 to $2 million worth of coverage. It's relatively cheap though. It's about $350 a year. The next one, probably one of the most important ones, the errors and omissions. Again, you're looking at $1 to $2 million worth of coverage, maybe more depending on the clients. About $750 a year. But what that one does is if a client claims that you were negligent in some way or your work was inadequate, then this insurance kind of policy helps cover that. So, in a pen testing world, you missed an O-day, something got released after you did a test, client got breached, now they come after you because you didn't find it, right? The insurance policy helps cover in those situations. Finally, you have like professional liability, again, $1 million to $2 million. That covers against misrepresentations, inaccurate advice, things like that. There's a lot of things to cover on the insurance side. So one way to approach this is looking into insurance agents, right? I use Hiscox. That's a really big player in that. They know, the type of insurance that is ideal for these types of things. Other agencies may be beneficial to look into too. You need a lawyer. Specifically, you want a lawyer that understands business and contract law, somebody that understands penetration testing, all the legal aspects and requirements associated with that. You want a lawyer that works for you, right? They're going to watch out for your best interests. So why? We're CYA, right? There's a kind of a theme going here. They're going to be able to review all the legal documents that you're getting established when you're setting up a relationship with a business. Everything's done over these legal contracts, MSAs, scopes of work, NDAs, all these things, all this legal verbiage in there. Your lawyer will review that. They'll make sure that you're being represented correctly and in your best interests, and it helps to make sure that both sides are in agreement as to how to move forward. So I've had agreements in place that were provided to me from clients, and they had provisions of things like, hey, any tools, any scripts, anything that you create while you're doing any work for us belongs to us. We get a royalty-free license forever. And I was like, no, you can have ownership over the reports, anything like that. That makes sense, but anything that I create is mine. So my lawyer caught that in the contract review. They amended it. The company was totally fine with it too. They said, yeah, that's not really what we were going for, but their lawyer put it in. So, having a lawyer on your side is really beneficial. But the costs on the lawyer, it can vary. So, I mentioned before creating the company. There's lawyers that'll set that up for you. I had my lawyer create my company and everything for me. They handled all the paperwork, all the documentation for it. So there's fees associated with that, maybe a few $1,000s. And then you have an ongoing retainer with your lawyer. Basically, you give them a pot of money, and anytime you need their services, they withdraw from that pool to work for you. And then, whatever the agreement that you have with them, you refresh that as needed. So lawyers are a big help. It saves you a lot of time, a lot of money on understanding all the legal implications that you're agreeing to when you're looking to do freelance testing. You also want an accountant, not a tax guy, not somebody that'll just file your taxes for you. Somebody that really understands all the tax laws because they're insanely complicated, right? So when you're working for a company and you're a full-time employee, there's things like payroll taxes, right? You pay half of them as an employee, the employer pays half. When you go into freelancing, you're responsible for that total amount. So there's extra taxes that you end up having to account for. A CPA really helps you with that. You're going to have payments that you have to make, right? You're getting paid directly from the client. There's no withholdings. So every quarter, you're going to have to make payments based on the income, and your CPA will help you define what that needs to be. There's benefits to take advantage of too. When you're self-employed, there's a lot of write-offs. Things like the equipment that you use, the software you use, if you have cloud hosting, mileage for meeting with clients, all those things can be taken into consideration, and the CPA helps you identify those things and make sure they're accounted for so that you know what you can claim, what you can't claim, making sure you're playing by the rules because at the end of the day, the government wants their cut, they don't care. Having somebody that actually understands it is the best way to go, and they're relatively cheap. Mine is about $500 a year for all the services they provide for my business taxes, my wife's taxes. It's really not a huge expense, and it's a huge burden to be absolved of. So, summarizing that, there's a couple things here. We have the business creation, $100 to $1,000. Legal side, $1,000 to $5,000. Counting, insurance, all your startup fees essentially for the freelancing could be in the area of $5,000 to $10,000, depending on your unique situation. Okay, so we talked about why you want to do it. We got some things established on, how to get ready for it. The last thing before you take the leap is work, right? How do you get the work? Where do you get the customers? As a pen tester, one of the best ways to go about it is subcontracting, right? A lot of consultancies, they have ebbs and flows in the work that they have available or that they need to get done. Similarly, according to the chart, like I showed before, that Q4 craziness in work, a lot of companies face that. So they typically don't always have enough work to hire a full-time person, so they'll subcontract it out. Basically, the nice part about this is you don't have to go find clients to do the work. The companies already have it ready. They just need somebody to do it. So that's where you can come in. You still basically have to interview with these companies. They want to make sure that you're a good fit, that you're technically capable, that you're able to do the job. You can follow their guidelines, their procedures as they relate to things like reporting, client communications, things like that. But there's also some additional things to take into consideration when you're looking into subcontracting. You want to talk about rates. You want to talk about terms, scope, statement of work, reporting and communication, your availability, right? Because it's on your terms now as far as when you're going to be available, but you need to communicate these with anybody that you're looking to subcontract with because they want to know, are you going to be there when I actually need you for the work? So you need to discuss all those things. It's definitely a great way to get started. It relieves some of the pressure of finding the work. It's not quite as profitable as some of the other methods of getting work, but if you're looking to get into it, this is definitely a great approach. But I mentioned rates here, so that's one thing I really wanted to take a moment here to kind of discuss. When you're freelancing, you have to understand that you're not working 100% of the time all year. So you need to figure out what your rate's going to be according to all those specific factors. So calculating your rate, one way to approach it is take like a target salary for like a position like a pen tester. You divide it by 48 and divide it again by 40 to get kind of like an hourly rate. And that hourly rate, you want to double that. So let's say, for example, target is $150,000 a year. Weekly, it's $3,100. Gets you an hourly rate of $75. So a good rate to go about as a pen tester is starting at $150 an hour. That helps you cover the times when you're not working and to take into account all of the administrative work that is part of getting the work established. So, things like having the discussions with clients, setting up work, discussing everything, all those things you want to calculate in. So having, a rate that makes sense is going to help you be successful. But, not all companies that are willing to subcontract are going to meet your rate. They're not going to be agreeable to it just because they don't have the budget for that. So you have to make a decision there. Like, do you accept a lower rate if they're giving you more consistent work? Does that make sense? Or is it just not going to be a good relationship? So things to take into consideration if you're going the subcontract route. Direct work is the other method to pursue. It's harder to get because you're essentially reaching out to those end clients that need to have the work done. There's a lot of overhead, a lot of administrative work, because this is where you become the salesperson, right? You're trying to sell your services, what you're able to do and how it's going to help them. You need to understand and discuss their needs, where you can help, and then you have to also handle all of that documentation that I mentioned before. They may want like a proposal, they may want a scope of work, they want pricing. You want to take all that stuff, and you're going to need to know how to do that for the direct work. But on the plus side, it's more profitable. You're going to make more money on that just because there's no middleman in between you and the end client, right? There's no company taking a cut for themselves. So the other way to go about it is networking. This has been one of the best ways that I've found work. Twitter, LinkedIn, the NetSec Reddit subreddit. When you see a lot of job postings and there's companies that are looking to hire pen testers, that means typically that they have a lot more work to do than they can handle. So, one tip there is to reach out to some of those companies, ask them if they're open to subcontracting. For them, it's kind of a win-win. They can execute on the work, you get some money, and they don't have an employee on their payroll. But this is where a lot of marketing comes into play. How do you approach some of this stuff? Some of the important things to consider is when you have your company, having a website, having business cards, having attire, take into consideration how you're presenting yourself in person, online, because clients that you're looking to work with are going to use all of that to make a decision on whether they want to work with you. So these are important things to think about. Here, even, BSides Las Vegas yesterday, just sitting around talking with a few folks, talking about what I do, they said, hey, we have a need for that. Let's exchange numbers. Let's talk about maybe how you can help me. So, conference networking is a huge, huge way to get some work. But main thing here is just your reflection on the company that you create, who you are, what you're doing, and all of that stuff is, much more magnified when you're a freelancer, right? You don't have a company to hide behind, or the reputation of a company. Other things that you want to do is, when you do work with any clients, try and get some testimonials, get some feedback, so that you can use that, to sell yourself to other companies that are looking for work. Be like, hey, if you're looking to do this, I've worked with somebody else. Here's some references. They're happy to talk about it, and this kind of helps establish that you're the right person to do the work with. So I'm running out of time here. I really wanted to thank everybody for coming. I hope you found some of this useful. I wanted to thank Mouse and Grant from the Proving Grounds. They helped me a lot with this presentation. Anybody that's looking to do presentation, I would really recommend going through the Proving Grounds. It's a great experience. I'll be around today, the rest of the day. I'll be at DEF CON 2, so feel free to reach out, say hi. I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn. If you want to talk about any of these things, happy to help. Happy to put you in contact with, any resources that I can. Thank you for stopping by.
We've got time for a question or two, if anybody has one.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. Can everyone hear me? So the question I had for you is, in your opinion or in your experience, how much of the workload is subcontracting and how much of it are companies now starting to bring this discipline in-house?
So from a company perspective, that's going to vary depending on the company. I know some that are very heavy on the subcontract side, right? They prefer to subcontract out a majority of their work. Others are very much just as needed. Me personally, I would say about 75% of my work is subcontract and 25% of my work is more direct. I'm hoping to like invert that a little bit, but I went with the approach of the subcontract work to get more business going and to make sure that I could, be successful and, kind of make sure that I gave it a good shot. Any other questions? Yeah, just feel free to reach me in the hall or whatever. I'll try and, if there's online questions, there's probably a way for me to check those out too.
I don't know about online questions, but
Okay.
yeah, he'll be out in the hall. That's it. We ran out of time for questions. So another big round of applause for Mike. And our next presentation will start in about 5 minutes.
about persistency or our research of persistent technologies or techniques used in OS apps and keeping inside the organization, even though the OS app itself is disabled. And we'll release a piece of code on GitHub that is the attack walkthrough that we're doing. And this code shows a new technique. We developed a watchdog technique to keep an app enabled even after an administrator disables it, and we'll show the walkthrough. So first of all, I'd like to introduce my senior researcher and teammate, Zeno, or Alon. Really happy to be here with him in the first talk in a security conference. Niv Steinberger is our CTO. For unfortunate reasons, he couldn't be here himself, but he definitely pointed us into the right direction for this research and to put on a new finding that even post-infection, you can stay persistent using OS apps. I'm Gadi. It's my 42nd birthday today, so I'm really... I was looking this morning for the questions of life, the universe, and everything. I can share it later. I'm really excited to be here, and I hope this session will gift you with some new probing points into a less-minded field, which is always a good place to look for new vulnerabilities as researchers. And with that, I'll give Zeno the stage to introduce the research.
Hey everyone, my name is Alon, but you can call me Zeno. Most of my friends do when you see me around here. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about OAuth 2, why we're using it, what's the challenges that we can face when we use it, and then afterwards we're going to give the stage to Gadi, that he'll explain more details about the actual work that we did and some of the bypasses that we found on OAuth, right? So, why do we even use OAuth 2, right? So, as we all know, all the cool kids are moving to the cloud, right? All the data, everything is going over there. So it makes sense that we need to go and find a standard that helps us work with the resources online, all right? OAuth 2 provides us exactly that. It provides us a way for applications to work with resources on behalf of users, all right? So, why are we actually using it? The actual reason it's already there. Most of the SaaS providers, SaaS application providers already use that and give that for customers, so that's why most of us use it, right? So let's talk a little bit about how the basic flow of OAuth works, all right? I'm sure that once we go over it, you'll see that it's something that you're all familiar with. So the first stage that we have here is the actual request for consent. The application that wants to connect to the environment asks for consent for the user. You might have seen this pop up before. That happens to the user. It just asks you for consent. Easy enough. You just press OK, and you get the consent. What happens actually after that is that the user gives the consent. The app takes that consent, that authorization grant, to the authorization server and receives a token back. This is the holy grail. The token basically gives you the permission to access those resources as the user repeatedly, without asking any more consent, without any other prompts for the user. You just keep on using it, all right? So once you get the token, I can just go and access everything. So once we talked a little bit about why we use OAuth and how it works, let's talk a little bit about the challenges it presents. We'll start with a quote that we have from Eran Hammer that made a decade ago, right, when it started working. As he says, you can read it there, but basically what it means is it started as a good idea, but even Eran Hammer, which was the chief editor of that standard, decided to withdraw his name from it because he felt it became a bit too complex and it doesn't deliver exactly what we need from it, all right? So it is widely adopted by most SaaS platforms. A lot of people use it. It allows us to use all kinds of really sensitive material and sensitive resources, but even the creator felt they kind of missed something there, right? So this is the main challenge that we have working with it. So once we have those challenges, let's talk about why we decided to actually pick on OAuth 2, why we wanted to see if there's something weird there. The first part is all the data is there. The data up in the cloud, most of the places allow you to use OAuth 2 to access this data, right? And the second part, which is kind of interesting to me, is the whole idea behind it is you get consent once, and then you stop bothering the user again, right? So this is like the main feature of OAuth, but it's also kind of the main vulnerability it has, because if I got once the token, I get one consent, I can keep on working with it. There's no way the user can't see it. It doesn't bother him, as we say, right? So this is the worst part for a defender and the best part for an attacker. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to give Gadi back the stage. He's going to talk a little bit about some mitigations that we saw on platforms that they did already because they wanted to fix a little bit. And then he'll talk to you about what we managed to research further and find some bypasses around those mitigations. Right, so Gadi?
Thank you, Zeno. It was an excellent introduction. Always glad to work with you. So about OAuth, as Zeno said, it's kind of a young, well, it's used for a lot of it. Security-wise, it's kind of young and immature. And in 2018, there was actually a worm using Google App Script called Google Docs worm. So even Google sometimes mess with OAuth. You can see here in the slide that the app script was sending phishing emails from an infected user, asking him that his friend wants to share a file with him using Google Docs. The logo is Google Docs, the naming is Google Docs, so it's in a way impersonate the apps. And it gets permission to go over all your contact list and read your emails and send emails on behalf of you to all of your contact lists with the same phishing message. This is a file I want to share with you, and it got over in a couple of hours. It got over 1 million users of infected, and until Google stopped it. So after this case and similar cases with Microsoft, Azure, and Google implemented different mitigations. One of them is that the publisher needs to be verified. So instead of just giving every developer to put his name and his publisher credential, there is a process to be verified by the platform, by Azure, by Microsoft, and then to have better permissions or allow higher permissions to be installed or even actually be installed. And as you can see here, new application registered after 2000 are not allowed to be installed without an admin consent. And you can ask the admin for the relevant, for consenting to you to install the app. In addition, the name is missing and the logo is missing, so there won't be any way to copycat or mimic the application and look alike like the application and make a user fall for the phishing. Additionally, post-infections mitigations were in place. For example, you can't send forward emails outside of the organization with email box rules automatically. And now actually there's a process with Microsoft. They're saying they try to raise the awareness that MFA has to be enabled in all organizations. They failed to do it, and now they're trying to do some sort of default security rules and make sure that at least administrator has to have multi-factor authentication. And definitely if you look back on exploit mitigation techniques on the PC, I think it's a similar process we're seeing now. New attacks cause the platform to develop new mitigations. Is this our relevant mitigations? We'll touch in our research how first of all, still though the publisher verification process is in place, most applications, even ones that have email read permissions and email write permissions, don't have this publisher verification in place. We see 60% of applications that are actually having this being verified for applications with read permissions, and for sending permissions, there is actually only 7% of application. So it's a good start, but it still needs to be advocated, and awareness should be risen to this vulnerability. We'll touch now on different attack vectors, okay, and a very common one is the device code flow. This is used for devices with lacking input devices and no keyboard, so a user can use his own cell phone to authenticate to the identity access management system by Azure, for example, or any YAM or Google, Slack, whatever, and then the application asynchronically gets can request the token from the server. This is how it actually looks like. First of all, a user, or in this case, we put it as an attacker. There's actually, because it's a device, or for example, a monitor, and its code is available publicly because anyone can reverse engineer the code. So there's no client secret inside this process. So there's no verification that the client that's asking the code or getting the token is actually the client. So the attacker or the client asks for device code. He then presents this code. He gets the code from the YAM, and this allows the YAM to connect the user authenticating and the application. So he sends the code to the user. In our case, might be a phishing email. You send, please log into microsoft.com/device code. The user entered the code there and authenticates through the server with this multi-factor authentication in place. So there's no need to hack the cell phone, etc. Only the user need to be phished, and the multi-factor authentication doesn't stop the attack. Sorry. Then the attacker gets the access token from the YAM and send the token to the resource server and gets the user's own documents or data, or can do any functions in the name of the user. This attack, which starts, as I said, with this device code, the user needs to go to a legitimate login page. And just recently, William Overweg also noted that in addition to impersonating the app, there's no consent needed. So in cases the first thing the user will see is this login page on Microsoft. He will enter the code, and then in case that the attacker is impersonating Microsoft Office, which allows this flow for certain reasons, and then all the permissions that Microsoft Office has, which is a first-party app by Microsoft, so it's defaultly user has consented to these permissions, there will be no permission or consent screen as is the usual flow that there's in OAuth. So the user doesn't suspect, he gets the same permissions that he granted the Microsoft Office, so it's called phishing without consent. And we'll use it in our code. The attack methods that we want to discuss here is persistence. Okay, so if again we're moving from PC world to cloud SaaS, same techniques. Okay, so we want you got the user to be infected or install your OS app. Now you want to be persistent, meaning you want to have the access to the data without needing to re-authenticate the user or get any permissions, delegated permissions by the user, having him to do a multi-factor authentication again. So first of all, you can create a user or create an application. You can update the user password, password recovery email, so you can actually have the user password and change the multi-factor authentication number or device, and then you can have access in any time you wish. And there's also now was reported a known attack that allowed legacy protocols. So legacy protocols like IMAP do not support multi-factor authentication. You can enlist a user for such an application, and then if you have these credentials, you can use it without the need to multi-factor authentication. Also, app passwords is a legacy method to allow apps that do not support OAuth to use app passwords and then allow this flow and have the user connected with a username and password, and you can add the username password to this app. What we're adding to this post-exploit techniques is a watchdog. A watchdog essentially means that there's a process that looks over other processes and makes sure they are enabled, even if an administrator tries to disable them. Again, for the same terminology of incident responders, there's a lateral movement or pivoting from one user to another. So one way is to get read access and put mailbox rules to delete certain messages. By that, you can reset emails and for example, to Monday.com or other SaaS platforms. After you reset the emails, you get access and move laterally to the other cloud services. You can also infect files with macros and app scripts, and then make sure a user or other user in the same organization are infected again. And there's a very dangerous supply chain attack, or if you are able to infect a user who is a developer and he creates applications and actually sells them and exports them to his customers, if you'll add a certificate to this application, which means many times applications have application level permissions, meaning that they don't need the user to authenticate. They can just log in with a certificate. If you add a certificate to such an application, you can, by that, move to all the users of the applications that this developer created. This was also used by nation state and now, but of course it becomes more common. So about the code that we have, and if there will be interest, we'll have another session this afternoon and we'll show a live demo. But for now, I'll do an attack walkthrough with that code. So first, what we're looking for in order to allow our watchdog is we're looking for application read-write all permissions, which allows us to create applications. So what we're trying to do is imitate or impersonate security software in this case, because security software for the cloud, which lists applications, needs to have these permissions in order to view applications installed in the organization. So you usually need to find a high privileged user that has them. You'll be surprised that actually security software do enable, some of them enable a device code flow, and as I said, this is very good pointers for researchers and pen testers to test inside the organization. What the user can do, what the administrator will get, either he can consent on behalf of himself or behalf of all the users in his organization. Once he allows the permissions to all users in the organization, then you can fish actually any user in the organization and get the application read-write accesses that this user had, which actually means you can create applications on his behalf and also control all the applications that the user controls, add certificates, etc., as I noted. So in our case, I'm attacking with the device code flow. The attacker, you need to create a phishing email that will make him install this application security or impersonate a good application security platform. And then, as we said, with the flow, we started this flow, so we'll have the device code, we'll send the administrator, and then we'll get the token. Now, using this token, what we will do is create an internal app. And we'll give it our own redirect URLs. If you remember, in the normal flow, if after user authenticates, he is redirected to the actual app, and then the flow continues. If we created the application, we can create the redirect URL and then move it, get any token to us. We also create the secret, and if you'll notice, the app here is internal. And if you remember what we touched before, is that internal apps has different bypass the mitigation techniques put by Microsoft. There's no vetting process or verifying process for internal apps by Microsoft, so there's no stating that this app might be risky and that the name is given, and any user in the organization can install the app by himself. It doesn't need an admin consent, even though it's a newly registered app. And this is just the sample from our code. Once you get, we have infected the admin, we got a token for the admin, and then infected the user. What we'll do is to keep that phishing application that the user was infected with live. Okay, so this code shows how we're using the Python interface for the Microsoft Graph API to basically just keep an account enabled, even if it was disabled. For the admin, this is the admin portal for Azure. If an admin wants to stop an app, what he should do is not delete an app, which might even delete all users using this app and might cause errors if it's a false positive. But it also, if a deleted app can be reinstalled. So the best practice would be to disable an app, which means that no user can log into it and no user can install it. So that's the why this method is good. And then we can restore, using the code, we can restore the app to be enabled. And other than, though the app was disabled, the token was not revoked, and every infected user we had, we can still get access into it. We can also then disable the app and keep it persistent and keep it quiet, and make using the refresh token every interval, we can keep alive and keep our app inside the organization, even though the admin thought it's done. I'll touch quickly on solutions now. If you have any questions, I'll touch I'll touch on solutions, and I'd like to thank you very much for being with us and paying attention.
Fortunately, we don't have any time for questions, but I think you'll be around outside if anybody has any questions. So right out back, yeah, feel free to walk up.
Okay. You're good to go. All right, let's go. So let me get the original video source back on, and we
All
will
right.
get going.
Good afternoon. Sorry about everything that's gone on, but welcome to the BSides Las Vegas Proving Ground. What were you originally? Ground Truth?
Ground floor.
Ground
What's up?
floor track. A continuation from the other room. Glad you were all able to find it and make it here, but I do have a couple announcements before we get going. So first off, I'd like to say a huge thank you to all of our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors LastPass and Palo Alto, and our gold sponsors PlexTrack, Intel, and Blue Cat. Without them and all of the volunteers and donors, we wouldn't be able to put this together. We wouldn't be able to see this cool old equipment. We wouldn't be able to do any of the cool things we're doing this week. So a huge thank you to all those people. Next up, if you have a cell phone, please pull it out now and make sure it is put on silent. We are recording this, and just as to be nice to our speaker and to the recording, we don't want any cell phones or watches or pagers going off. If you happen to still have a pager. We are recording this, so I'd like to remind you about our photography policy. We do not allow photographs unless you get the consent of everybody that's going to be in the picture. As well, we also do not allow photographs of the screen unless you get consent from the presenter. So he'll let you know if that's okay and if he wants that to be a thing. We'll hold questions until the end. Yes? I'll go around with the microphone since this is being recorded. You'll use the microphone. That way we can get you on the recording and everybody else can actually hear your question. And last up, we do have a masking policy here, so please keep your mask on for the duration. If you need to take it off to have a drink, get something to eat, that's fine. As soon as you're done, please put your mask back on. And I think that's it. So without any further delay, CPROS you.
All right. Hi. Good to see you. Glad you could all make it. So we're doing a presentation here on reverse engineering a real old MS-DOS game from 1994 for fun, because we can. Feel free to take pictures of anything that's on the screen. Nothing here is privileged or an issue. So my actual name is Andrew Luton. I do go by CPROS or CPRO for most of it. My early childhood consisted of taking things apart, making all my battery-powered things act up, learning how to put things back together after I had taken them apart. And I got to the point where I wasn't leaving any extra screws or extra screw holes. That is important. So I got bit by the computer bug in preschool by an Apple II Plus computer using a 6502 processor. And so the basic deal with that was, I'm not kidding, I got on that computer and I either put it into a test mode or I made something in Apple Basic that caused a bunch of junk to scroll across the screen. Computer teacher thought that I had broken the computer, which if you've ever used an Apple II, you can't break it. And so they sat me in the corner, put my name on the chalkboard, didn't get my snack for the day. I was hooked. Had to do computers, had to have my own. So they were prohibitively expensive in the 90s. And it was really hard for me to justify it or get one, but I was going to do it. So what I ended up doing quite a few years later was I was at a computer swap meet, and they had a pile of original IBM PCs. And I bought one for $42. And for my $42, best $42 I've ever spent, I got myself an IBM 5150, the original PC, a clicky-clacky keyboard, 2 5.25 drives, 256K of RAM, a monochrome green screen. And my parents and me trucked this stuff home, and the first thing I did was take it apart, put it back together, take it apart, put it back together, learn exactly what it was, and I started upgrading it. I put a 42 meg hard drive in it, 640K of RAM, CGA graphics, learned everything the hard way about dip switches and jumpers. So after that, I built my first computer at 9. I got my A+ at age 13. Kind of funny story about that. My mom brought me to Icon Business Solutions, who did A+ testing, and the front desk secretary said, "Ma'am, you're gonna have to, leave your son somewhere else. We're not a daycare facility." And my mom said, "Oh no, he's taking the test." So that was fun. So back then they offered a good deal, half off if you take the brand new test and the old test. And whichever one you pass, you get to have your A+ certification. I passed both, and I did better on the adaptive test, which I was supposed to do worse on, because he's supposed to ask you more questions about stuff you get wrong. Anyway, I have to thank my parents for being amazingly encouraging and supportive. Thank you. So now for something completely different. In 94, 95, my parents bought our first nice computer. That is a Gateway 2000, 75 megahertz. It had the FDiv bug. It was a socket 5 CPU, 8 megs of RAM, 5 meg hard drive, 2x CD-ROM, a 14.4 fax modem, a Viber 16 sound card, which is a cut-down version of the Sound Blaster 16. And it came bundled with some software and some games. And one of them was this game called The Lawnmower Man. So I'm going to change video sources here so I can kind of show you what this game was and why it was kind of bonkers to me. So we're going to wait for that to come up. So keep in mind, this is 1994. And I need to adjust some things. Let's see if we can come up right. Unfortunately, when you're doing things like this, you have to just make things up as you go along. So the graphics in this game are pretty good because it's actually video. Hang on, I might have to recalibrate here. So this is actually gameplay right here. So it goes right into this whole sequence here. You'll see the catwalk. And this is, have anyone here played Dragon's Lair, the arcade game? So this is quick time events before quick time events, what's coined as a term. So this expects you to press buttons at a specific time. The Lawnmower Man is now chasing you.
Get ready. Jump now.
So you have to spam the key because the input is kind of junky on this.
Jump.
So we'll get into the technology in a bit.
Jump. 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 Down.
And so, whoops. Okay, so I missed that one, but this is good because you see, games were brutal back in the day. Killing you is not enough. You ready for this?
Lawnmower Man's in your head now. There's no escape. Ever.
Needless to say, this made quite an impression on 8-year-old me or whatever it was. So, kind of cool thing. This is your only pause screen in the entire game. There are no menu systems, no nothing. If you hit this button, you have 5 seconds, and then it restarts the entire game no matter where you are. If you accidentally press the escape key, it's gone. So let me go back to the other computer right now. So I hope that kind of gives you an idea of what we're dealing with here, which is complete insanity. So this game made an impact, but clearly, as you can see, for the wrong reasons. So one does not simply run an MS-DOS game. So getting this game to load is a challenge. If you remember back in the day, you had to edit your config sys, your autoexec.bat, your EMM386, your HiMem.sys. You had to configure everything properly in order for your game to run. Usually it broke other games and Windows. So there are terms that are very close to each other, but they're not quite right. So there's XMS and EMS memory in DOS. And they are completely different things. So if you have one and not the other, then you're in trouble, especially if you're trying to run a game like this. This game happens to use like XMS memory. But if you did everything right, and you configured it, you remembered what you changed so you could change it back later so you could still boot Windows, then you were fine. So as you saw, you pressing escape at any time exits you and dumps you to DOS. There's no menu system, there's no save system, there's no pause button. Puzzles are timed, and they would fail you if you took too long. The pamphlet was vague about how to play this game. It was not intuitive. You're supposed to figure out how to play this game by trial and error. You got 3 failures, and that was game over. And that's over the entire game, over all the different levels. If you failed it 3 times, you just restarted the game. And of course, the continue button had a 5-second time delay. And if you didn't hit it, well, tough. So yeah, the game used QuickTime events, which is not to be confused with Apple QuickTime. Anyone remember Apple QuickTime? Before the tournament was kerned, and it's like Dragon's Lair. So yeah, so these video segments are bridged by logic puzzles and captured video, which I can show a bit later if I get the time. So neat things. This thing was way ahead of its time for '94. Like, it was mind-blowing that it was even possible to do this on a computer. You got full motion animation, video and audio. You got some pretty cool music, I think. The story picked up from where the last movie left off, so it's almost like another movie. In fact, I kind of wish Lawnmower Man 2 had this plot from this video game. It would have been a lot better. And it gave you hours of serial gameplay. So how the hell did they do this in DOS? That's the question I had. So 28 years later, how to drop down a rabbit hole. So how did we get here? Well, it was just, I was thinking about it, and I was like, I want to dump the music from this video game because I think it's awesome. And that's why as well. So why all of a sudden now? I don't know. But, you know, it's a good time. Retro computing's big now. And, you know, it's time to bring up some of the interesting skeletons in the closet. So I came here for an argument, not abuse. So if we look at our files on our CD, we got all kinds of stuff going on here. This is not your standard binary executable game. This has some really big files, some really small files, everything in between. The 8SX files, which are at the top there, like act granted, act denied. Well, that sure sounds like it could be sound effects, right? So, you know, in my brain, before I even start opening things up in Hex Editor, I want to kind of see what the developers did. Oh, cool, laser pointer. Don't know how to use it, but, oh, it's green, cool, thanks. So, but yeah, these ones right here, they sure sound like, you know, audio files to me. So, A&M, let's see, is there an A&M? Yeah, there's continued A&M. So maybe A&M is an animation file? BRS, well, the BRS file that we've got, let's see, where is that thing? Is right here, it's screen save. So maybe it's a screensaver? I don't know. So we got another one called LBM, and let's see, where is that one at? Very bottom? Okay, so LBM file, and we also have one called logo here. So logo is probably an image file, right? So we got map files. Maybe it's a keyboard map. Maybe it's a map to files. I don't know. Maybe it's an in-game map. NXL, and I really think this is our video. Maybe our video and our audio. And SHT, let's not try to think about that one too hard. But what we do know about them is they're tiny, like 658 bytes tiny. So what could they possibly be? Well, let's try and figure that out. So let's look at an ADSX file first. Bang, it's a sound effect file. And we can figure out that it's recorded with whatever Studio 16 from Sunrise is. So you jump down that rabbit hole and you find out, yes, it's a product for the Amiga. You know, it's a whole entire digital workstation, digital audio workstation. Cool. So now we know that that file came out of an Amiga. And since the card was for an Amiga 2000, it probably came from an Amiga 2000. So maybe we can, you know, work on that and think about what there is as far as that's concerned. I need to grab audio here, so bear with me just a moment. The one part I didn't test. All right. So we've got an audio file. It looks like it didn't play, but that's fine with me. It's just basically, it says access granted. So we then need to look at the other files. And what we found out is that the LBM files are actually Deluxe Paint files, which is another popular program for the Amiga. So we're starting to get a picture that this game might have been actually made on an Amiga. This PC game, this PC-DOS game was made on an Amiga. So we then take the animation files and we take them apart using this program that's made to work with the Amiga, and we find out, indeed, we have the precursor to GIF here, which is Deluxe Paint Animation. How cool is that? We were able to actually open this up on a PC. So now that's not the entire game, but we need to start putting the pieces together. So the map file contains all these different files and where they are. So this is how the game actually knows where they're installed. And that's important because you had the ability to install all the animation files on the hard disk, not the video files though. You can install, I think, up to like 50 megs of these animation files onto your hard disk so that it wouldn't have to load it from the CD. But the game had to know where to point them. So it has, when you install it on the drive, it hard codes it to where the path was. So if you make the unfortunate mistake of renaming that path or that directory, the game will break because it's all hard coded. So what about this executable file that we got here, DTV play? Well, thanks to some people who actually took apart the program, we were able to find the hidden switches. And it's kind of funny because we have a DOS program that uses case-sensitive switches. So S, lowercase, will skip frames. S capital will actually override which SHT file we use. SHT files, it turns out, we'll get to later. So yeah, it's crazy. This program runs in 16-bit real mode and basically takes complete control of the computer and uses all of its resources to play these video files. So just really, really neat stuff. So I really want to find out the real origins of this game. So I found all kinds of weird things here, like cdtv.device, cdtv error. So I thought it was for Commodore CDTV because, you know, it would make sense. It was one of Commodore's interesting failed projects. They made a lot of mistakes like this. So I'm curious, has anyone ever seen a Commodore CDTV before?
I saw one on eBay once.
So yeah, it's back in the day, in 1991, it was a $1,000 console. So the people whining and complaining about the PS3 being $699, got nothing on this thing. So it was basically, for all purposes, an Amiga 500 that was shoved into a fancy looking case that kind of looked like you know, a CD player. And they really compacted. I don't know if you can see that motherboard there, but it's crammed. And so they released it in '91. The movie came out in '92 of March. The Commodore CD-TV was actually discontinued in mid-1993 during the development of this video game. And then they finally released it in '94 for the PC. So, pencil smoking gun? Probably. So, looking for the information on the Lawnmower Man and his potential connection to the CD-TV, I found a guy named Peter who detailed the CD-TV games that didn't make it in the Definitive CD-TV Retrospective, Part 2, who he wrote for Amiga World. So he said, the Lawnmower Man, sales curve, wound up as an IBM game, but started out as a CD-TV project. It is a series of linked arcade, flying, and puzzle games based around the rather silly movie, which I can definitely say is a rather silly movie. The game was well along. He says he saw the show in '93, but they dropped the project for something else. So, interesting. So if we look, I was able to actually find out that there were 2 different conferences in '93 in Germany. So if anyone's got footage of that, I'd love to see if there's a CD-TV running the Lawnmower Man in any of that buried footage. I haven't found any yet, though. So my theory is that I think it's possible to take the files that are on the CD and actually make it run on an original platform. So we've yet to decode the video files as of yet, but we're working on it. I'm hoping that between BSides and DEF CON, I can have some, a whole bunch of people who are smarter than me take a look at it and see what they need to see and actually take the video and dump it directly. I think that's going to be an interesting, fun challenge and kind of what I'm hoping to do here. So my theory is that they might have used a video toaster in order to dump the files out, and they probably used magneto optical drives in order to actually take the footage from the video toaster to the PC or whatever dev platform they were using then, and then burn it into the final. So I think these might be raw video toaster files. That's my theory on it, and they would include audio, so it'd be kind of like a precursor to AVI. It would still be, interlaced video audio, just in a format that you can't open with VLC Player or anything recent. So I do have an Amiga 2000. I do not have a video toaster. I do not have the appropriate licenses or equipment to open up the files, but maybe someday I will. And then I'll be mistaken because they did something else. But then again, that's why I'm here. So I hope that kind of gives you an interesting background of some of the technology that went behind this game. So I actually contacted one of the programmers who worked on this game, and he got back to me as soon as this talk was actually accepted. So I found out some pretty cool things. So here are his words on it, but I'll paraphrase some of this. So this just happened to be the bestseller they had, and they had another dude who ported it to the PC, and this was actually meant for the Amiga, not for the CD-TV. This was meant as a full-fledged Amiga game, which makes a lot of sense. The limitations in color palette, everything that you see, the way that they went about it, the fact that they used an Amiga as a development system, it all makes perfect sense. So he told me that I was right, that the SHT files were actually shot files. They actually set up the order that the video files run in, which is fascinating to me, because it means that each one's a sequence. And what he said was, the way they made it work was they run 2 videos at the same time. And depending on what input you put in, it either gives you the fail or the one that doesn't fail. It's actually running the 2 at the same time, even though it's a single speed CD drive. And they did some pretty interesting hackery to actually make that happen. As a result, the input for the PC is actually quite janky. It's not pulling very quickly. So you can be pressing the button and it'll miss the pull. So you almost have to spam the button for it to pick it up. It's sort of like, when you're frantically trying to press delete or F2 or F12 for your BIOS settings on a PC. So, yeah. The fun part about the actual PC version was that he said that they had an interrupt request blocking function in the program. And it corresponded to when it was actually reading data from the disk, so input from the keyboard wouldn't actually modify the data that was being run in through the DMA and such. So as a result, you had no control during a disk read function. And you really had no control at all because you're just watching a video of what happened after you hopefully put it in the correct input. So the fact that they actually made it work is amazing to me, because they had just so many crazy things that they had to overcome in order to make this thing happen. So right now, I want to take some questions before I actually have someone try to play the game, because I really want you to see how crazy this is.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you very much for your time.
Sure.
I was wondering, when I think Amiga sound, I think mods, those mod files, like they were like sequenced. Yeah, I used to play with those a lot when I was a kid. Do you know, like, a big issue was like, they're porting all this from an Amiga to a PC. What about all the licensing, all the libraries and stuff they have to port? I mean, that just seems to make the game prohibitively, like, expensive to develop.
I think they just hacked it. They were just a game studio of like a couple of people. I think they just hacked it and made it work. They didn't even export it to WAV or anything. They just made it work. I think most of the audio is actually inside the video file, the raw video file. The only thing that's different is the things that are like the mod files, which are these 8SX files here that I showed earlier. And these happen to have samples and such, and they must have written their own home-built player for them instead of dealing with any of the licenses.
Oh, ASX is a sequence.
Yes.
Oh, a mod player might be able to handle it.
Deli Player can play it.
Okay.
In fact, I got it right there on Deli Player. So you can play the sound samples, but it's usually just drum loops or maybe access granted or access denied. You know, it's nothing really, none of the music is in there. Let me see if I've got anything else on that. Don't think so. But yeah, so that's pretty much it on that. They just made it up as they went along and hacked it until it worked. Any other questions? Go ahead. Wait. We gotta get the microphone first. Sorry about that. That's my bad.
So the engine was made for multiple games, not just Lawnmower Man. Have you explored any of those other games and tried to get them to run as well?
I found that although the game engine was used for some other games, they're so wildly different, it's ridiculous. And one of the other engines isn't even the same, it's just named the same. Pretty interesting.
So,
Go ahead.
So question for you is, you know, with, I know you're reverse engineering this, and it makes sense, and I probably have this disk somewhere. I can't find it, but is it posted anywhere we can get to it? Has it gone into the common domain? Or?
Yes, you can grab it on archive.org. You just type in the Lawnmower Man and you can grab the ISO of it. And it's there for messing around with, and it's handy. And if you want a physical CD, I can give you one of those too, because I got a couple of extras. Yeah, so let me get this game set up. Actually, while I'm doing that, let's see here. Oh, I got one more thing I want to do first, because I think this is going to be funny. Remember I told you that there were logic puzzles in this game? Well, I'm going to pull one of those up right now. So who here is good at logic puzzles? Let me get the audio in here. All right, it goes in the one that's underneath the volume knob. So this is one of the stumbling blocks I ran into as a kid. Was this game has these logic puzzles in it? Anyone want to give it a shot? Because you have to come up here and act pretty quickly. I'll try and give you an idea of what's going on, but it's more fun to watch people struggle. So anybody? Anybody at all? Okay, you come up here. Give him a hand. No, don't worry about it. So, this logic puzzle, each column is a separate puzzle. So don't look at the one to the right, just look at the one to the left. And it is one of these things doesn't belong. You can ask the audience for help, okay? Up and down, moves it up and down. So just wait for it to come up first, and you'll see a little red cursor that selects it. And you have to get 4 of these puzzles right to pass. Thank you. So, which one of these doesn't belong? All right, so go down to the 6 and press enter. Wait for it. All right, which one of these doesn't belong? All right, press enter. Any idea on this one? So you can see that this would have been a stumbling block for 8-year-old me, right? Hey, you did it!
Access granted.
Thank you. So yeah, that was just an example of some of the crazy things that are actually in this video game. So I thought you'd definitely enjoy that. So there are plenty of other interesting things, like the fact that in the second level, they reverse the controls on you. So.
Did you create this level selector?
Yeah, it's a completely batch system. I learned how to make batch menu systems a long time ago. And basically all it is I'm just running a command that brings up the DTV play and selects the level manually. So they switch the controls because you're in an airplane now. Down is up and up is down. But they don't tell you that anywhere. You have to find out through trial and error.
Left.
But look at this, 1994.
Pull up.
These were some of my favorite levels.
Right.
So the way they did this was each one of these segments is a video file.
Down.
And then they string them together in order to form whatever track they want. Oh yeah, and you have to shoot too.
Right.
So this game captivated me for hours because, well, it was interesting and very difficult. And also it crashed a lot too, I remember.
Pull up.
Which, you know, if you spent 8 hours getting through a game
Left.
and then it crashes, you know, you're upset, or someone comes in and presses the escape key or the power flickers. It was like, no, this is a PC, it shouldn't be like this. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. That's all I've got.
All right, huge thank you to CPROSU. That was super cool. Next talk in here is at 6 p.m. is the Proving Ground. I think it's lunchtime, so go enjoy.
Yeah, I know. Yep, that's my laptop.
I love that the sticker's on there still. I gotta go get lunch.
Good job, bro. That was fun.
Oh, I know.
gotta
I
get
just
lunch
love
at
it.
the trees.
I need to get lunch too.
So you said it loads multiple video streams at the same time.
Correct.
So does it must store some sort of offset based on what control you're using?
It does some crazy thing. It uses interrupt request blocking, and then it basically shuts down disk reading for just a split second so it can pull the keyboard.
And then how does it?
I don't know.
You don't know how to select which stream?
Believe me, I don't. I haven't gotten that far, and I have not really disassembled the main executable to figure it out. If you want to, I'd love it, because, you know, this game is kind of an enigma, because it's like, how did they do this?
Yeah, now I'm curious. You got me curious about how they're selecting the stream, because there must be some sort of...
You can run it in DOSBox. It does run horribly, though.
There must be some sort of separator or offset storage to be able to select based on a control key.
Well, that's why I went here, because I knew that people might be able to figure it out. I think it's just way cool that that people came up with this back in the day. It's a total hack.
Yeah, it's like those are a real pain to actually put together.
But yeah, I'm just super thrilled I was able to share it. And you know, it's funny because some people actually came to me who had played this game back in the day. And
I've heard of the movie, though I've never seen it.
oh, it's a terrible movie. Terrible movie, terrible game.
Can I get the microphone off?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Let's figure out where the little button is. And then
There you go.
thank you.
I offered to help carry it, and then I saw the wagon. I'm like, oh, that's a much smarter idea.
I try to have smart ideas. It's something that I tend to do. So, yeah, this.
Powered up?
Oh, no, not yet. I'm going to take care of it. I'm just going to be slow about it. Actually, I guess I did power it off.
Since we're over here, I'll start pulling cables.
I just can pull cables out the back. But yeah, it's funny because I cut my teeth building computers like this. And it's just fun to be able to take one out and show it off. And
Hell yeah.
actually have it all the things work. Like, the law of demos didn't bite me. How is that possible?
Looked like they all work.
Yeah, it all worked great. I'm just, yeah, this computer's been better than any of the ones that I had put together. Oops, sorry about that.
I mean,
that's my Stanford, so.
yeah, I'd say it's your box if it falls.
At least I didn't pay much for it.
Nice thing with some of that old equipment too is it was just built like a tank.
It was. This machine is, I'm pretty proud of it because I built this one years after the fact and really went through the testing of it to make sure that it was stable. Because I was just sick of dealing with, back in the day I was sick of dealing with unstable machines. So even if it was unstable parts, I was going to do my best to make sure that it was stable. And so it is. And I've just had a lot of fun with it and gotten to show a lot of people it, and it's done its job for sure. I remember, yeah, the first few computers I built to actually bring to DEF CON were specifically to run operating systems that were a pain in the butt to run. Unix System 5, 386 being one of them, because there's an AT&T version of Unix floating around on the interwebs, and it's like 32 floppies. And I got it running on a VM. I put it up on my YouTube. I was like, well, you know what? There's nothing stopping me from running it on real hardware. And so I just started throwing hardware at it until it started booting and doing things. And it's very picky about, you know, say the video card, how much RAM you had. If you had the SCSI card in it, it would just block up and fail and say, you are not licensed to have SCSI. Ha, 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 ha. This is not. And of course, AT&T was like that. You have to realize they charge licensing.
AT&T is still like that.
Not nearly as bad though. That was like
that was
Ma
Bell
Bell
bad.
AT&T.
Yeah, because Unix was originally free, and then they decided it wasn't.
A very oracle of them.
Yeah. What?